All right, good morning. We will call the Committee on Appointments to order at 8 a.m. I want to wish all of Grand Rapids a very happy Pride Month, and we will begin rolling on our agenda this morning. First resolution on our agenda is confirming Mayor LeGrand's reappointment of Dean Pacific to the Grand Rapids Police Civilian Appeal Board.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Comments on this appointment, colleagues? Yes, Commissioner
I'll just
Belcheck.
say that Dean's been serving on this board for some time. I think this is his first or second renewal. So it's really great to have a lawyer who has some expertise to be able to be on that. So
Sounds good. Thank you. Seeing no further, all those in favor? Aye.
aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Brings us to our second resolution recognizing Commissioner Belcheck's appointment of Danielle Cope to the Grand Rapids Police Civilian Appeal Board.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Comments on this appointment, colleagues?
Since it's my appointment, I'll just say that this is one that we've been waiting on and working on for some time, and I'm really proud to be welcoming Danielle to that. She goes by Dan, and I think she'll be a great addition, very critical-minded, being able to look at things. This is a really important appointment with the Civilian Appeal Board, and it's important to be able to look and review at the data and look for what could be done better as well as what's being done now.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any further comments? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Brings us to our third resolution, confirming Mayor LeGrand's appointment of Veronica Candle to the Grand Rapids Historical Commission.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Comments on this appointment, colleagues? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Brings us to our fourth resolution, confirming Mayor LeGrand's appointment of Christopher Herwire to the Grand Rapids Historical Commission.
So moved.
Moved and
Sorry.
You all are on it, all right. Moved and supported. Comments on this appointment, colleagues? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Brings us to our fifth resolution, confirming Mayor LeGrand's appointment of Peter Brunsma to the Economic Development Corporation and Brownfield Redevelopment Authority.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Comments on this resolution, colleagues? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Brings us to our last resolution today, approving the City Commission's appointment of Eric Howard to the Board of Art and Museum Commissioners.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Comments on this appointment, colleagues? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. And lastly, Ms. Bosker, can we please have a discussion on the current board and commission vacancy list?
Sure. So I guess I'll comment on a few of the appointments that the Historical Commission, the Brownfield and Economic Development Corporation, and the Board of Art and Museum Commissioners are all full now after these appointments. So that's some good progress with filling the vacancies. Next week, we'll look at some reappointments in 2 weeks for some reappointments for some terms that are ending at this end of June, beginning of July. Land Bank and the Grand Valley Biosolids. And then I will comment that there's one new vacancy communication. There was a member of the Historical Commission who passed away, or the Historic Preservation Commission. So there is a vacancy on that. That is a City Commission appointment that the liaison will start working on and will consider filling in the next couple months.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bosker. Any further comments? Yes, Mr. Clerk.
So we did do that appointment for the Board of Art and Museum Commissioners. And this reminded me as I saw it on here, Dale Robertson has been the liaison. And so I got a nice long email from Dale saying he somehow became the liaison without knowing it. It was by fiat. Back when somebody, an assistant city attorney retired, and so it just came upon him like this interim, and then it just kind of stuck. He goes, but I'm leaving, and it needs to go back to the city. So we're working through that process with the attorney's office, this board doesn't meet a lot, so we'll figure that out. But it was kind of interesting. Dale's like, somehow I just got it and we just went with it.
Here we
So-
are, right. Well, we thank Dale for his service for
Yep.
many years. He will be missed, and he's still leading the charge as
Yep.
they have many changes and in my opinion, some dysfunction on the millage
Yep.
change. So I appreciate Dale a whole bunch. Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Yep.
In addition to discussing liaisons, Ms. Bosker, we received some communications around the Civilian Appeals Board. I know we also made some additions to the Civilians Appeal Board, and I'm wondering if we can have just a small conversation on the communication that happens with liaisons as sort of turnover is happening, as some folks are terming off or ending their service on a board or commission, and then as new folks come on, as that seemed to be a small tension point on the Civilian Appeal Board, and I'm wondering if we connected with the liaison on that.
Not specifically on that, other than, I guess maybe for appointees to know that we don't, the practice isn't to provide notice, just as we don't say names of people we're considering here, just to be respectful that things can change as we go through the process. So we don't usually give a heads up to appointees or those who won't be reappointed until the decisions are final. And I think that that maybe is something just to clarify that
Yeah.
it can be kind of frustrating, but that is how our practice has been, to sort of be respectful of everybody involved.
Great, no, thank you, Ms. Bosker. And I think with the Civilian Appeals Board specifically, that was one where the rules allow for folks to stay over their term until someone is reappointed. So I think that also created a different situation. But now that the full commission has been on for over a year, appointments are coming down the line. I think that's where that transition came from. So thank you so much for your work on that. And we'll remember to communicate with folks that tenures can look a little different on these boards. Thank you so much, Ms. Bosker. Commissioner Isasi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I would agree with that sentiment, because, and quite honestly, even though we're voting here, it has to be affirmed, of course, at our 7 o'clock or 2 o'clock or 7 o'clock meeting. I always remind people that nothing is final until then, even if it's been done at committee. I do think this is where maybe we could give some greater guidelines for liaisons about what the roles are. I think with planning, that one was a little bit different, but we knew we were in the middle of the master plan over the last 2 years, and so there was a deliberate intention that folks were going to stay on until a replacement was found, but then really became, they would stay on until the plan was finalized. And so if liaisons can also identify any special projects or certain considerations, the reality is a majority of our appointments are mayoral appointments. And so I think we could also work with Ms. Olson and the mayor's office, and I know, Commissioner, you meet with the mayor regularly about this, to just figure out what is the appropriate process, because the liaison might hold more information. And then I think when people come on, I've always told people, you might get appointed now, but it is at the pleasure of the body. Obviously, Mayor Bliss had the folks that she appointed, and while many of them carried over, there were also still changes, right? New administration, new leadership, new changes, and so I think we just need to be clear with people that there's no guarantee, which can feel, a little frustrating, but also is just the reality of this body. So I think maybe if we could outline to the liaison, here's 2 things to note. And sometimes I think liaisons will send something to one of us or to the mayor's office. But I would also say, because I think that's I don't want to say that's, but that's the best way to utilize that liaison position. So just want to offer that.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Belchak.
So, based on this conversation, would it be reasonable to think that we would have some more guidelines or something, revisit this? Just how do we want to proceed with the communication, I guess, is my question.
So I've been jotting notes, and we're coming up on, excuse me, the time of year where we'll be starting the end of year appointment process. And I think that part of that communication, where I communicate with the liaisons, can be a reminder included in that of what their role can be or how they can provide information that can be critical in the appointment process. So I'll include that when I start my communications in the next few weeks for the end of year process.
Great, thanks.
Thanks, Ms. Bosker. Really appreciate you and the clerk's office and all of our staff's work on this. It takes a village. Any further comments, questions, concerns, colleagues? Okay, seeing none. This is a long meeting for committee on appointments. This is like a rarity, but good stuff. So again, happy Pride Month, Grand Rapids, and we will adjourn the committee on appointments at 8:10 a.m. Have a good morning.
Good morning. The time is now 8:30. We will go ahead and call this fiscal committee meeting to order. Nice to see you all today. First is a resolution authorizing execution of a management agreement with DP Fox Sports and Entertainment for Griff's Ice House at Belknap Park. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Ms. Claypool?
Good morning, Laura Claypool with the Parks Department. This resolution would authorize the city to enter into a new management agreement with DP Fox Sports and Entertainment for the operations of Griff's Ice House. It initially establishes a 3-year term, July 1st of 2026 through June 30th of 2029, with 4 consecutive 1-year renewal options extending through June 30th of 2041. This agreement just continues a longstanding relationship, a public-private partnership between the city and DP Fox, which has managed the facility that the Belknap Park, the Griff's Ice Arena, since 1996, providing operations, maintenance, programming, staffing, and capital planning that support both the community recreation and the Grand Rapids Griffins Youth Foundation. This new update just preserves the existing financial framework and maintains the historic relationship that we have had. It reflects modernized language that ensures alignment with the new current city structures while upholding core responsibilities. And we look forward to continuing this relationship for a stabilized regional sports organization across our city.
Great, thank you. Questions, colleagues? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Thank you. Next is a resolution authorizing an agreement with Golf Now LLC for golf management technology and marketing services. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Ms. Claypool again?
Good morning.
Good morning.
The City of Grand Rapids at Indian Trails Golf Course selected Golf Now LLC as a provider of our point-of-sale system back in 2021. They provide golf management technology and marketing services for Indian Trails. This agreement will go through December of 2026 with 2 1-year renewal options. The platform is already fully integrated at the golf course and serves as the point-of-sale function, payment processing, and customer service. Golf Now is compensated through 2 trade time tee times on their platform. The agreement also adds participation in a spotlight marketing program, which will help increase visibility and attract additional golfers. Overall, it maintains efficient operations and strengthens efficiency at the golf course.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, questions on this item? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next is a resolution authorizing execution of a 3-year, $150,000 agreement with the Grand Rapids Community Foundation for RX Kids Kent County 49507 program. Do you have a motion?
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Ms. Bohach?
Good morning.
morning.
So this is an initiative that was being pulled together by the Grand Rapids Community Foundation. There's a lot of funders involved, and that's included in your item of that whole list of funders, and the city is now one of them, contributed to this project. It's a 3-year project, and the state of Michigan has allocated $270 million into a fund for the state for RX Kids. And locally, it'll be $2.6 million annually, and there is a local match required. So this would help fulfill that match and make sure that we have a program here in our community and Kent County with the 49507 zip code.
Thank you. Commissioner Kilgore, do you have
Yes.
comments? I just
Yes.
assumed you
Look,
did.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes,
Yeah, I have.
yes.
There are very few things that make me this excited in civic service to our community. I think this is one of the best ways. I love the way RX Kids describes what it is, which is a direct cash prescription. Just as we know we need to take our medications and go to our doctor, folks need relief. Folks need help. And I was so happy to have the support of our colleagues to put $50,000 towards this through the Third Ward Equity Fund. And I'm so excited to see this agreement. Just to show the community of what this does, Flint, when they started RX Kids, saw a 29% decrease in NICU visits. So this is powerful. We also see a significant decrease in evictions, less folks facing homelessness. This is exactly what our community needs. When we talk about the distrust of government or politicians, this is also a way for us to say we want to work arm in arm with you and we want to build that trust, and that starts by supporting our women and families. The impact on emotional and mental health is immeasurable. I'm so excited that we're going to continue to support this. So I am, of course, going to continue to support this, and I'm hopeful that we can see this program grow here. And still upset that Detroit beat us as the largest city to do it first. But we're coming for them. Thanks.
Yes. I'll just add as well. Did you have any comments, Commissioner?
Only to concur with everything. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just share, this is something that I know Mayor Bliss and others were really, engaged with for many years. Obviously, very familiar with the program. We have other great direct cash programs that are happening here. Steelcase Foundation is one that's also doing this work. So I think we're starting to see that. And just a recognition, again, of the importance of something like our Third Ward Equity Fund. As the Second Ward Commissioner, I see it as no threat to be able to have a fund that really looks at what are the realized disparities in our community. And it's just something that I will continue to support until the end of my tenure. So I'm glad to see those connection points also being made. So with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Thanks, Ms. Bohach. Next up is our bid list resolution for June 2nd, 2026. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Support.
Ms. Claren?
Sure. Good morning, Commissioners. We just have 4 items this morning on the bid list. I will note, give them a break, safety. Number 4, this contract was increased just to accommodate the approximately 60 events at the amphitheater. It'll be paid for through the Mobile GR fund with, the correlated additional parking revenue we expect to receive, so, from these events.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any questions about any of the items on the bid list? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next up is the Comptroller's warrant report for the period of May 5th, 2026 through May 18th, 2026, in the amount of $27,891,420.27, and the monthly travel report. Mr. Comptroller?
Good morning.
Good morning.
For the period referenced, cash payments were released totaling approximately $27.9 million. That includes just over $5.8 million for employee payroll-related expenses and approximately $1.65 million for income tax warrants. In terms of quantity, 5,749 income tax refunds were issued and 1,307 checks and electronic payments were issued. None of these funds were issued for payment by individuals in the City Comptroller's office, and they were not issued in accordance with the terms of the Grand Rapids City Charter. The second report that we have here this morning is the April fiscal year-to-date travel report detailing travel expense and other expenses by each city department. And so this represents 10 months of the fiscal year, and the report is showing that we've spent just over $1.6 million, or about 72% of the total annual allotted budget. And that concludes the 2 reports that I have for you this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Comptroller. Next up is the Treasurer's report for the period of May 6th, 2026 through May 19th, 2027.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
With today's report, just a couple things to go over. One is our interest rates are holding steady, so it's at 3.5% to 3.75%. No changes no decreases right now are planned at all. In fact, the sentiment now in the market is above 50%, seeing 1 or 2 rate hikes on the horizon. So this is something that I know that our CFO will be paying attention to if we're going to be issuing more debt. And the timing of that, because we don't want to issue in a higher rate environment. We want to get that out there probably as soon as possible. What we're also looking at too is with that sentiment, we do have a new Fed chair. Chair Kevin Warsh hasn't really had his first meeting yet, and so that's upcoming. So we're waiting to see where his direction is going to take us in terms of the economy and interest rates and whatnot. But again, we're still seeing the fact that the Straits of Hormuz is not open. You're not seeing shipping coming out of there for oil or anything. Our oil prices are still up. Our gas prices are still up. That impacts us on a personal level. I had a friend who just purchased a new F-150, and he was lamenting about how much it costs to fill the tank. I go, well, you had enough money to buy the truck, so I guess filling the tank's not so bad. But again, when we start looking at that, we're making decisions as personally. I'm looking to replace a roof, and I'm looking for reflective shingles just to make sure I can save money on my energy costs as well. But these are some of the things that we're dealing with on a personal level, but on a organization level, the impact's going to hit us in terms of the higher cost of fuel, the higher cost of utilities, contracts. As we're doing our own building, those contracts, there could be scope creep in those things. That's just something that we have to be very vigilant of as a department, or departments, as we're looking at larger projects, larger scale projects. I do want to give one other thing with our portfolio. First of all, is we're at $667 million, and we're at 3.33%. And I just want to give a shout out to Laura Claypool and her team, Graham and staff over at the golf course, because we worked with them in 2021 setting up Golf Now, and how they could have a very efficient process for a point of sale system over there. So we work very well with the golf course and helping other departments with their needs and payment processing and solutions like that. So they've done an exceptional job, I believe, with Indian Trails and the golf course and the development, and even the credit card payment when you put in your card to get range balls to hit at the golf course is one of the things that we help them navigate. But those are the things that we like to participate in with other departments, to partner with them in collaboration. So just a shout out to how exceptional that Indian Trails golf course really is.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Appreciate you tying both the macro and the micro and highlighting the importance and the real strong, transparent, committed financial systems that the city of Grand Rapids has. We take that very seriously with these public dollars, so thank you for highlighting the Parks Department.
Yeah.
And with that, the report is received and filed, and we're adjourned at the very short meeting we had a long meeting at appointments, now we have a short meeting for fiscal at 8:42. Thanks.
mic on. And we will start our Community Development Committee meeting with our first item of the day, a resolution approving a fireworks discharge permit for Pyrotech Special Effects, Inc., for special effects at the Acrisure Amphitheater in connection with the Jelly Roll Concert on June 13th, 2026.
So moved.
Mr. Jensen?
Morning.
Support?
Sorry.
I'm doing two jobs, sorry.
Yep.
And a fine job you're doing.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's the amphitheater. We're going to be there for all the pyros, at least for the first year, until we work out how things work there, because close proximity of fireworks in an open stage, you never know what direction the wind's blowing.
So are these mostly mostly pyrotechnics up at the stage, not fireworks?
They're close proximity of pyrotechnics, so yeah, like what you see at the DeVos place, or not DeVos place, at Van Andel Arena.
I'm good, thanks.
Any other questions?
No, thank you.
All right. Call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
No opposed? It passes. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next resolution confirming the Uptown Business Improvement District Special Assessment Roll number 8804, and that is Miss Lindsay Post. Welcome.
So I will move that we talk about this.
Support.
Okay, this is for the confirmation of the Uptown Business Improvement District. At the request of the Uptown Business Improvement District, the Assessor's Office prepared the Special Assessment Roll number 8804 in accordance with the district's plan that was adopted in March of 2025. This is the second year of the 5-year plan, I'm sorry. Property owners were sent notices on April 14th and notified of the charge and the appeal process. The Special Assessment Roll was open for public inspection for at least 2 weeks, starting on April 20th. And then the City Commission convened as the Board of Review to hear appeals on May 1st. We had one appeal. Upon review of the appeal by the City Assessor and the Attorney's Office, we recommend denying the appeal and confirming Special Assessment Roll number 8804 in the amount of $125,326.28. And if confirmed, this assessment will be invoiced on the summer tax bill July 1st.
Great, thank you. Can I ask the question, what was the appeal?
It was, they were just appealing that there is a special assessment
Okay.
in that district.
Okay,
They thought property taxes
okay,
should cover that, so.
all right.
Chair, yeah, just for everyone here, can you remind the public why we have this particular special assessment? Is it for the street?
Yes, it's wealthy Cherry Lake. It's a corridor district. It's for the businesses. The plan specifies exactly what it is, but generally beautification, it goes,
And then this would go to the bid or the did or?
it's the business improvement, so the Uptown bid.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you for that.
Thank you for those questions. If no other questions, we'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes. Need your vote. Aye. This is weird. Okay, it passes. Thank you. Next, we have our resolution, well, this is you again, setting Tuesday, July 21st, 2026 at 2 p.m. as the date for the public hearing for the City Commission to sit as the Board of Review to hear appeals on Special Assessment Downtown Improvement District Roll 8806.
So moved.
Support.
All right, so this is for the Downtown Improvement District. At the request of the Downtown Improvement District Board, the Assessor's Office has prepared the Special Assessment Roll number 8806 in accordance with the plan that was adopted earlier on May 12th, and this is the first year of a 3-year plan. Property owners were sent notices on May 28th and notified the assessment amount and the appeal process. The Special Assessment Roll will be open starting on June 15th through June 29th. It's published on the city website as well. And property owners affected may file an appeal now through July 21st. This is to set the Board of Review as July 21st.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any questions? Call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? It passes. Thank you very much, Ms. Post. Next is the resolution awarding a contract with C&D Hughes, Inc. for rotomilling and resurfacing of streets at various locations. Contract 2025-5 in the amount of $2,901,380, with a total not to exceed $3,834.
So moved.
Support?
This project is one of our rotomill and resurface projects. This usually covers several of our local streets in which we replace the asphalt, we fix any sidewalks, and bring our ADA ramps up to compliance. And this project also has 15.6% micro-local business enterprise participation.
Great. Any questions?
I'll just say that that's fantastic. This is not necessarily related to this item, but in general, at some point, can we get an idea of what streets are going to be coming up for resurfacing? And I know that we've had some constituents wondering why their street hasn't been done or when in the process it would be in the pipeline.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? It passes. The next is a resolution approving an extension of various facilities, hazardous material abatement and demolition services with no change in previously authorized expenditures of $1.5 million.
So moved.
Support. Ms. Irving?
Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, and just so you know, that was item 6, so we'll want to step back to item 5.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. So this is approval of an as-needed contract, and there's no increase in cost. There's still adequate approved dollars to fund this work, and this allows us on small or urgent projects to be able to contract directly with pre-approved contractors who have their contracts already in place with us, including their insurance and bonding.
Okay.
Okay, hold on. I want to make sure that we have this correctly. So the motion was for
Number 4.
for number 6, but number 5 was next on the agenda.
Yes.
So you did a so moved based on that one. Are you okay with a so? Are you going to so move the number 5 as?
If we can deal with number 6?
Yeah, let's just go with number 6 because that was what was read. The motion was there. So let's.
Right.
And that's what I spoke to was number 6.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're all on the same
Yeah.
page. Okay, we're good. We're all good then. To make sure we didn't.
Any questions? Call the question.
Aye.
Aye. Any abstain? So moved. Now we're going back to number 5, which is the resolution approving an increase of $122,290 for LMFP backwash check valve replacement for a total not to exceed $425,870.
So moved.
Support.
This project ties to a recently approved project where they're changing some check valves. The price came in very competitively from the contractor. This was additional scope that they had cut during design, but because of the competitive bidding, they were able to bring it back into the project. It's critical for the Lake Michigan filtration plant operation.
Okay. Any questions?
So just for clarification, you're saying that this is additional work that has been able to be added back into the project and it's an increase?
Correct.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions? That was it. Call the question.
Aye.
Aye. Any abstain? So moved. Now we move to number 7, the resolution approving an extension for as-needed surface lot services with no change in previously authorized expenditures of $500,000.
So moved.
Support.
I am going to speak to items 7, 8, 9, and 10, because I'm going to say the same thing every time, so I won't be really boring. These are all as-needed contracts where we went out and competitively bid and brought contractors under the contract so we could reach out to them directly for small projects or immediate response. And these are all extensions of time. None of them are an increase in cost.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Irving.
I am good, thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's so moved, and we'll go to number 8, which you have already explained. The resolution approving an extension for as-needed general construction services at various locations with no change in previously authorized expenditures of $2 million.
So moved.
Support. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any abstain? It passes.
No.
No. Huh?
All opposed. You're saying abstained.
All opposed.
There you go.
It passes. Let's go to 9. Resolution approving an extension for as-needed concrete and facade restoration at various locations with no change in previously authorized expenditures of $2 million.
So moved?
Support. Call the question.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes. And number 10, the resolution approving extensions for contracts for as-needed roof assessment management with no change in previously authorized expenditures of $1 million. Call the question.
So moved.
Support. And your
And Yep. And I'll vote yes.
aye. Any opposed? All right, it passes. Whew, that was.
We're doing great.
All right, number 11, a resolution approving a release of easement and accepting a public utilities easement in connection with 5591 Wing Avenue Southeast.
So moved.
Support.
This development, during construction, they had to make some modifications to the location of the utilities. So this simply releases the previously accepted easement and relocates it appropriately with the easements.
All right, any questions? Call the motion.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? It passes. Number 12, resolution scheduling a public hearing on June 16, 2026 to consider a speculative building designation requested by Honeycrisp Ventures for a $7.5 million project located at 2210 Northridge Drive Northwest in the Walker View Industrial Park.
So moved.
Support. Ms. Renero.
Good morning. Yes, thank you. This property is in the city of Grand Rapids for the purposes of taxation pursuant to the 425 agreement that we have with the city of Walker. So that is an agreement that manages property for economic development purposes that we might be in a better position to pursue versus the city of Walker. This project is a speculative project that's being put in place, built to suit by Honeycrisp Ventures, which is proposing to construct a 90,000 square foot building for industrial purposes to the tune of $7.5 million of investment. We have been working with Treasury on this because this is our first one for a speculative building designation. This doesn't necessarily approve an abatement at this time. It just approves the ability for a future qualified user to take advantage of that and have a little bit more efficient application processes down the line, right? So we're working to establish the district, which is the next item, as well as the potential for a user down the line to do a certificate for industrial facilities abatement. And I know that I feel like I'm jumbling this a bit, so I'm happy to answer any questions.
So you said this is the first time that we've done something
This is the
like
first
this.
time we've done a speculative building designation.
What
Typically,
is-
our industrial facility abatements, we know the end user.
Mm-hmm.
And so in this case, we're working with Honeycrisp Ventures to construct a build-to-suit building for an unknown end user.
Okay, that was going to be my next question. Okay, thank you, thank you.
So is this, am I to assume that this is currently like a piece of vacant land that's being, like a
Yes.
new building being developed? And they're looking, so basically they're looking for us to approve this, to hold this almost like an option, but like it's available,
Yes,
If-
designation.
the designation is available if the end user that they do end up attracting would be something that they wanted to apply for.
Exactly.
Does that help them in their financing to be able to purchase or build the facility?
I don't know. I think it's all about attracting the end user, but I will confirm.
Okay, well, this is unusual, and thank you for trying to explain it to us. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, I call the question.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes. All right. 13 is a resolution scheduling a public hearing for June 16, 2026 to consider establishing an industrial development district for Honeycrisp Ventures at 2210 Northwoods Drive Northwest in the Walker View Industrial Park.
So moved.
Support.
No further comments.
Same project. The same as
I know, yeah, I'm just wrapping my brain around the whole piece. All right, nothing right now.
Okay.
Anything else?
Right, this is just so I'm clear, this is the establishment of the industrial district so that how can we do it in this order?
We don't normally.
Okay.
Good call. I will make sure that's corrected.
Because it seems like you'd want to establish the district and
Yes.
then establish the certificate.
Yes, that was my error in the order here.
But isn't that area over there already?
The district is within a broader 425 agreement, so there's several different potential districts. This is a district specific to this portion of the larger 425.
Yep, okay.
I have a map.
We've done several, so where it gets confusing is we've talked a lot about Walker View. And as that has been filling up, there's all these individual districts, because this will be eventually a PA 198, correct?
Yes.
With certificate. So we've done, in the 8 years I've been here, we've done several in Walker View. Probably should have done all Walker View as one big industrial district.
Yes.
And I think that's where the confusion is. It's not one for that whole development. It's all these individual parcels. So.
Okay.
And that's why it's familiar, because we just did, because
We just did Falk.
Falk.
Yes.
That's what I was thinking
why.
about,
Yes.
okay, yes.
Very similar to that.
That's what I thought it all was, because I remember they've had a number of things come before
Yes.
us, and then they had the expansion come back before us
Yes.
again, and so.
Yes.
Yes, and Commissioner Belcher, that was a good question, because I had that too. And I had that noted that as we go further, when we get to the resolutions after the public hearing, then we have to, because the state is very specific, you have to do the district and then that, even if it's in the same meeting, so.
Yeah.
So, no, good catch, too.
Thank you for that explanation, clearing that up. I'll call the motion, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, it passes. Lastly, we have a resolution setting June 16, 2026 as the date to consider a major amendment to a planned redevelopment district at 2071 East Beltline Avenue Northeast.
So moved.
Support.
Good morning, Commissioners. I think a soft landing with a little bit of simplicity here on this item. So when these two parcels were brought into the city of Grand Rapids, they were put into a planned redevelopment district, which is pretty common for that area of the city. At that time, they were written pretty narrow in terms of the use and layout that was permitted under that original approval. So it did facilitate, for this particular address at 2071 East Beltline, the construction or the creation of an IHOP restaurant, or a restaurant generally. So moving forward, there is a desire for a new credit union to locate on that property. And so it does require a major amendment to the planned redevelopment district. Having a little bit of foresight, we do create a little bit of flexibility. So while it will facilitate the immediate plan, it will also open up the PRD to be a little bit more flexible in the future to allow for any new development to comply with the underlying requirements of a PRD and not require review and consideration by the City Commission. So it facilitates the current plan and gives a little bit of flexibility in the future. So this would be a date setting for June 16th for consideration of that ordinance amendment.
Okay, thank you for that. Questions?
I can ask my questions at the hearing, but just so we're clear, this is a redevelopment plan, a zoning change. And so they're not, is it like to add buildings? Or is it just a flexibility to do a bunch of different things?
Thank you. I will clarify. So this is a zoning amendment, and it does allow for the demolition of the existing IHOP restaurant and the construction of a new building in a somewhat different location. And in the future, allow for greater flexibility to staff and the Planning Commission for future users and/or some site modifications. And just to clarify, it's setting an ordinance date, not a hearing date. So,
Thank you for that.
Okay.
All right, no other questions? I'll call the question.
We'll say aye.
Aye. Any opposed? It passes. That will bring our meeting to 9:35 at the close. Thank you all very much.
Okay, despite the nice positive attitude and all of the lovely conversations that are going on, I realize that we haven't started yet. So, going to call meeting of the committee of whole to order, and our first item of business is Pride Month proclamation. All right. So, I'm going to read the following proclamation. Whereas the City of Grand Rapids is dedicated to fostering a welcoming and inclusive environment for all individuals, particularly those within the Pride community, and whereas our commitment to equity and fairness extends to all residents, regardless of sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression, and whereas the contributions of the two-spirit, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, asexual, and all other related individuals are vital to the rich cultural, economic, and social fabric of Grand Rapids, and those individuals deserve to feel safe, free from discrimination, and to be able to live without fear of harassment. And whereas, while this community has made significant progress, there remains ongoing work to ensure true equity, inclusion, belonging, and acceptance for every member of our community. And whereas Grand Rapids recognizes and celebrates the many 2SLGBTQIA plus residents, advocates, artists, educators, public servants, organizations, and community leaders whose contributions continue to strengthen and enrich our city. And whereas this year's Pride theme is for all of us, and serves as a reminder that thriving communities are built through unity, visibility, collective care, and shared responsibility, making sure that all people are welcomed, valued, and supported. And whereas the City of Grand Rapids remains committed to advancing equity and creating spaces where all can live authentically and with dignity, now I, therefore, David LeGrand, Mayor of the City of Grand Rapids, do hereby proclaim June 2026 as Pride Month in Grand Rapids and urge all residents in celebrating and supporting our vibrant Pride community.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, members of community. Today we recognize Pride Month and celebrate the diversity that helps make our city strong. Our community is made up of people from different backgrounds, experiences, and walks of life, and that diversity enriches our neighborhoods, workplaces, and civic life. Pride Month is an opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to ensuring that all residents are treated with dignity, respect, and fairness. As a city, we are at our best when every person feels welcome, valued, and able to fully participate in community life. So thank you to those who continue to work towards building a community where respect, understanding, and belonging are shared by all. Congratulations on this proclamation. I especially would like to thank our ERG group, Pride GR, for their work that they do through, Prism GR, for the work that they do throughout the City of Grand Rapids, especially with staff. And we are also joined by many community partners today, especially Jas McKinney, who represents the Pride Center. I'll give her a moment to have some remarks.
Thank you. I just wanted to remind everyone that Pride Month isn't just a decoration. It isn't just a pretty rainbow, though it is, but it isn't just a pretty rainbow. It's not just a flag on a building or a social media post. It's a reminder that some of the people sitting in this very room serving this city have had to fight just to exist. Our employees, the city employees, our community reflect everyone. In this community, queer people, trans people, our elders, we want to remember that there was a time that we were illegal. Young people are still figuring out who they are. Families may look different than what is considered to be the default. So when we honor Pride Month,
What we're saying is, you belong here, you matter, and we see you. That shouldn't be considered politics. That should just be considered humanity. It makes us who we are. But when you do this, it makes us feel safer, but it's not the end-all be-all. We need to continue to do things that help us to show up as our full selves, to be there for each other, to make residents and non-residents feel fully seen. So I ask you for this month, don't just wear the colors. Don't just say Happy Pride Month and keep it pushing. Ask someone how they're doing. Learn something. Understand what inclusion truly means, not just as a checkbox, but as a practice. Remember that Pride started as a protest, but it is still a promise that we are here and we are going to be here. And I also want to acknowledge that I understand that the next one will be about gun violence and that these issues are intersectional. Our queer community is impacted by gun violence as well. So I need you to listen to the next one as well because it matters to all of us. Thank you.
So we want to ask both commission and our partners to join us for a photo. But in addition to that, we want to make sure that we invite everyone to the Prism GR Employee Resource Group Pride in a Box celebration that they have every year. That'll be Thursday, June 18th at 10 a.m. in the City Hall Monroe Multipurpose Room. This event will feature Pride swag, educational resources, and representatives from local organizations serving the community. No registration is required, and we hope to see you all there. So thank you.
Right on.
All right. Yeah, I get it. Thank you. Oh, thank y'all. Appreciate you.
I'll stand by Mindy.
Yes, you guys can go in the front.
I like this. That's
I felt bad. I should have worn something
No, I
like
think
brighter.
it's super fly.
I stayed brighter. I had black on.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll talk to you soon.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
I tried.
Commissioner Kilgore, before we move on to our next proclamation, you want to take a moment?
Sure, yeah. Thank you, Mayor. So good morning, everyone. As we recognize Pride Month 2026, I want to speak with both gratitude and urgency. We celebrated 175 years as a city. In that nearly 200 years, I am the first openly LGBTQ plus individual to hold a seat on the City Commission, and I'm hoping to not be the last. Right now, we are seeing direct attacks on national politics on LGBTQ plus rights, on inclusive education, on the basic idea that everyone deserves equal dignity under the law. These efforts are not abstract. They create fear, they create uncertainty, and they land hardest on our young people and families who are simply trying to live their lives open and safely. And in moments like these, local leadership matters. I want to thank my colleagues for continuing to affirm this. We're being intentional about this. These are not things that we have to uplift, but we, the mayor and our colleagues, continue to do so, and it means quite a bit. I am proud that Grand Rapids is continuing to stay grounded in our values, even when there is pressure to bend towards division or to define community more narrowly based on who people are, who they love, or who they pray to. That's not who we are. Pride is a celebration of resilience, joy, and visibility, but it's also a reminder that inclusion must be defended, not assumed. Grand Rapids should be a place where everyone can thrive fully and equally. Not just some of us, not just when it's easy, but all of us, all the time. We still have a lot of work to do. I believe in our community. I believe in our responsibility to stand firm, to protect one another, and to ensure dignity and belonging are not conditional. Happy Pride, and thank you all for being here for Pride Month as well. Thanks. Thank you, Mayor.
Moving on to our next proclamation.
All of our partners who are joining us for this proclamation, feel free to join us.
This is the gun violence proclamation. Great to have a number of community members here for this proclamation as well. Number of whom have been working in this space for decades, but here too, there's a lot more work to be done. So, whereas Grand Rapids is committed to ensuring the safety and well-being of all residents, recognizing that gun violence is a public health and community safety issue affecting individuals, families, and neighborhoods across the nation and in our city, and whereas every year the majority of violent deaths in our city are due to gun violence, and whereas guns are often used in domestic violence disputes, in suicides, and simple mistaken shootings, and whereas less than 2% of gun deaths involve any element of self-defense or defense of others. And whereas National Gun Violence Awareness Month is observed each June to honor the lives of those taken by gun violence, to support survivors and their families, and to raise awareness about prevention efforts that promote safer communities. And whereas community organizations, faith leaders, youth educators, advocates, and residents in the city of Grand Rapids continue to work together to prevent violence, promote healing, and expand access to resources that foster safety, stability, and hope through civilian violence prevention and intervention initiatives. And whereas the city recognizes the importance of collaborative, community-based violence prevention strategies, evidence-informed community outreach, and partnerships with entities like Safe Alliance for Everyone, Task Force, and and Cure Violence, the Urban League of West Michigan, that address the root causes of violence and support pathways for positive change. And whereas raising awareness, encouraging community engagement, and fostering a culture of care and responsibility can help reduce the impact of gun violence and strengthen the unity and resilience of Grand Rapids neighborhoods. Now, therefore, I, David LeGrand, Mayor of the City of Grand Rapids, proclaim June 2026 as National Gun Violence Awareness Month in the city of Grand Rapids, and encourage all residents to join in awareness events to honor the lives affected and to support violence reduction efforts, and to work together for a safer, healthier future for all.
Thank you, Mayor. Protocol already being established. Before we jump into the photographs and some of those things, I just want to share a few words and gratitude for the recognition of June as being Gun Violence Prevention Month. Violence is more than a public safety issue. It's a public health issue. The impact of violence reaches far beyond a single incident. It affects families, neighborhoods, schools, workplaces, and entire communities. Like any epidemic, violence creates harm that spreads. But the good news is that prevention can spread as well. And I'm grateful to have so many partners here today who are a part of spreading that prevention. The people who stand behind me and so many others in community work diligently day in and day out without recognition to help make Grand Rapids a place where all people can feel safe and be safe at all times. So we're grateful today for the partnership of the Safe Task Force. Many of those representatives are here today, including Prosecutor Becker, who's joining us today, and representatives from all across the city. Pastor Bishop is joining us today. We're grateful to have representatives from a Just GR, as well as neighborhood associations, Commissioner Womack, Mr. Johnson from Grand Rapids Public Schools, and so many others. Cure Violence is also here represented. We're grateful for each entity because we know that we don't fight violence alone. It's a collective effort that includes the police department, it includes community partners, and we're grateful to do this work together. We're grateful to continue to make Grand Rapids a safe city for all. I want to invite Pastor Bishop, because he's been working in this space for so long, to share some words, and then after that, we'll ask you all to join us for a photograph. Before I do that, I almost forgot to recognize my staff. I want to recognize Letitia Lipscomb, who's doing such amazing work in this space. She's been such a welcome addition to the City of Grand Rapids staff, to OPA staff, and she's really pushing the work forward. She believes in it and is doing great work throughout community. She also have summer community safety kits that will be handed out in the hall. So thank you, Letitia, for your work, and thank you to all of OPA staff for pushing this forward.
Thank you, Brandon, for putting me on the spot this morning. Wasn't prepared. But considering this is what I do for a living, I'm just going to have to roll with it. Not only am I honored to be here, but when we talk about gun violence and this being an entire month, obviously we're not naive to what's been going on over the last 2 weeks of massive murders by way of gun violence. Early this morning, as I was leaving my home, before I could get in my car, a young man was walking by my home. I didn't recognize who he was, but he asked me, Bishop, can you pray for me? And I said, sure. And I'm thinking it's going to be about a school decision, exams. And he says, Bishop, can you pray for me? I said, what for? He says, Bishop, can you pray for me so I can just make it home today? And I said, well, son, what would make you think that you can't make it home? I understood, but I wanted him to articulate. He says, the streets are wilding right now, and I feel unsafe just to walk to and from the bus stop. And I think that this cohesive effort with my peers and your staff, and certainly the work that's being done by Brandon, Letitia, and all the others on the Safe Task Force, I think that we need to consider upping our investment, not just monetarily, but passion and awareness, considering over the last 2 years, we've invested $1.7 billion hard money dollars in construction for bricks and mortar. I think we need to up our investment into the bones and minds of the people that live in the city. I'm honored to serve, so are my team. God bless you. Thank you.
Go forward for a photograph. Commissioner, will you all join us?
Hello, nice to see you. Pardon me, I'm gonna let you all get settled. Thanks for being here. Good to see everyone.
Commissioner?
Scooch on in, come on, second row.
this the last one? Can I leave? Did you
But yeah, seriously, we gotta be careful. Okay. I talked to Mom. No, I had said that.
So having spent most of my professional life working in this space, I want to take a moment of privilege to discuss our Gun Violence and Prevention Month. This is a moment to remember that we're not simply trying to prevent violence, we're specifically trying to prevent gun violence. And the reality is that government can only do so much. Specifically, city governments can only do so much. And the reality is our police force can only do so much. The hard reality is that in the vast majority of gun violence cases, our police officers are responding after the fact. They're trying to apprehend, they're trying to bring accountability, but they can't undo acts of violence. It is incumbent on our community that we take the injunction of being our brothers and our sisters' keeper seriously. If we're going to be serious about preventing gun violence in our city, we have to take individual responsibility to be our neighbors' keepers, to look for guns in the community, to have hard conversations with people who think that guns are forms of protection, that guns are forms of power, and to have hard conversations about the fact that guns cause horrible, horrible damage in our community. Anyone who takes an honest look at the dynamics of how guns are used in our community sees that the overwhelming majority of gun uses are things like suicides, domestic violence incidents, accidental shootings, mistaken shootings of family members, a vanishingly small amount of gun use by non-law enforcement is actually in any way tied back or can be tied back to things like self-defense. And that's one of the things that our resolution and our proclamation noted. A number of years ago, had a moment when I realized that I pass bumper stickers on the highway all the time that glorify guns and glorify the possession and the use of guns, and that I had never seen a bumper sticker urging people to desist from a culture of gun glorification. And so I printed 2 bumper stickers, which you can come and get from me if you're listening to this. One says, "Guns turn arguments into tragedies." And the other says, "Guns kill people you love." Both of those are true statements. And until we can remember that and act in love to try to reduce the harm, there's going to be a limit to how much government can ever do to change the violence that happens in our community. And there's going to be a limit to what, frankly, even community organizations can do. I think that if we are really going to change our culture around guns, we have to look at organizations like Mothers Against Drunk Driving that managed to change the culture around drunk driving over decades. And we now live in a community where no one is proud of drinking and driving. No one thinks it's a virtue. No one thinks it's okay. That wasn't true in the 50s. We used to have the phrase "one for the road," and now that sounds crazy. But people used to literally say, "Give me one more drink before I get behind the wheel of a car." And I think we have to have the same cultural reckoning on guns, the possession of guns, the casual glorification of guns, and the equation of guns as a good without having the courage to look at the massive, massive harm they cause, almost always to the most vulnerable and the most weak in our community. So it's an important month. Thank you all. That moves us on to more uplifting business, I hope. We have a resolution recommending approval of the Liquor Control Commission for a social district applications pursuant to Public Act 124 of 2020. Can I have a motion?
So moved.
Support.
And City Clerk, perhaps you want to summarize for us?
Yep, so this is social district permit for the amphitheater. That we did, remember we expanded the district to include the space around it.
Right. So unless you were living under a rock, you all noticed that we have an amphitheater now, and we've had a good couple positive experiences there. And it's a great asset to our community. So any further discussion of the social district here? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. That brings us to our next resolution, which is approving Election Day polling locations and early voting sites for the August 2026 primary election and fixing inspector pay for early voting, absent voter counting board, and Election Day inspectors. Have a motion?
Support.
And City Clerk?
Yeah, so the rates are the same that we approved for the May election. So those will be, you'll see that again in November as well, but that's what our charter says we do this, and so we are doing this. So for the election day polling locations, all 59 polling locations will be open. A couple little changes that are going to be new. Precinct 9 on the west side, Precinct 9 used to vote at Stocking School. And then obviously Stocking closed and it went to Crossroads Bible Church on Scribner, but that's a little bit further away from the precinct. So I know that neighborhood really, really well as I've been looking at different locations. And we are allowed to use a private entity as long as no one in the private entity is on the ballot or an elected official. And so we're going to be using New Vintage Place. So banquet facilities are not very busy on Tuesdays. So it's going to be a win-win for New Vintage to have open their doors to their neighbors. And so we'll try that for this election cycle to be at New Vintage Place for Precinct 9. And then also Precinct 51, that's at Ken O'Shea School. Ken O'Shea is still under construction. So they'll be sharing a precinct with Precinct 46 at Brookside Christian Reformed Church. So those are the only deviations from what was approved by the commission in early 2025. And then the early voting, there'll be 3 early voting sites for 9 days for the August election starting on July 25th. And in the first ward will be St. Peter and Paul School, in the second ward at GRPS University, and the third ward at Ottawa Hills High School. So the same locations we used in the 2024 cycle. And then at COW in 2 weeks, I'll be doing a little bit more expansive presentation on the election cycle and what's going on.
Any questions, colleagues? I do have one briefly. What's your notification mechanism for those 2 precinct
Yes,
shifts?
so waiting for City Commission's approval today. The cards are all printed, and everybody in Precinct 9 will be receiving a new voter identification card with a bright green sticker on it that says that your location has changed, and enter off 9th Street. Because if you ever go to the Broadway entrance for that place, you're like, where am I? So it is, the closest entrance to the door is off 9th Street. So there's a sticker that tells them that. And then for everybody that is, because it's a temporary location change, and they voted last November at Brookside as well. But a postcard is going to every voter in there is for that one. So everybody's getting something in the mail.
Great, thanks. Okay, any further questions? Otherwise, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Brings us to our next resolution. This is a resolution approving submission of the updated Neighborhood Enterprise Zone Exemption Certificate for 125 Ottawa LLC at 125 Ottawa Avenue. And Ms. Renero is coming up. Can I have a motion?
So moved.
Support.
And this is a project that we've seen before, but Ms. Renero, go ahead.
Good morning. Yes, this is simply updating the certificate to reflect 40 units instead of 36, which is what the submission reflected. And so, yes, this project is Sam Cummings' second office to residential conversion. As a reminder, I'm just noticing that my slide also says 36 apartments, so I'm sorry about that. The focus here is going from 36 to 40, and nothing else has changed outside of that. So we still have $11.4 million in total costs. We've got great inclusion plan, aspirational goals at overall 30% for our micro, local, our minority-owned, and our women business enterprises. And this is a 15-year enterprise zone. Value it at approximately $1.8 million. It's 15 because it is qualifying for investment. Two criteria, one being the housing units. So as a reminder, there were 8 units set aside for 60% AMI. And that was because of MSHDA funding, our State Housing Development Finance Authority, as well as the aspirational goals for inclusion plan. Forgive me. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Again, we've already seen this, but for the public's purpose, I think it's worth pointing out, this is, I think some of the best thinking in the housing space is that the best projects are mixed income level, and so this has a mix of folks below 120%, but also folks below 60%. So people of different income categories living in the same building together, which is really healthy. So, and also, as I pointed out yesterday at 111 Lyon, you could stand at this building, spin around, and see about 2,000 jobs. This building is, a block from the courthouse, from Warner Norcross and Judd's building, from all kinds of opportunities, and obviously an easy walk from the entire Corwell complex. So this is about the most walkable residence I can imagine. Maybe 111 Lyon beats it, but it's about the most walkable residences I can imagine. And if freeing up people from transportation costs is a huge part of affordability. So affordability doesn't really, the AMI analysis doesn't capture the whole picture. The real picture for housing costs is housing plus transportation. And these are houses that I think very, very likely will be occupied by people who can go to work without a car.
Mayor, may I also add, thank you, Ms. Renero, for your work on this, and I too appreciate the work that Mr. Cummings has done on this project and other projects. I just want to add again, this is good news in that we're increasing the density on site by adding another 4 units. Every unit counts, and the fact that they've already made a commitment to restrict at least 20% of them to 60% AMI, which is aggressive in affordability, is commendable. So I really appreciate this project.
Yep. Any questions, colleagues? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Thank you. That brings us to our resolution establishing June 16, 2026 as the date for City Commission to consider text amendments, the zoning ordinance regulations for accessory dwelling units. And Ms. Turkelson is coming up to go over this for the public. I think I need a motion. Yes.
Support.
Thank you. Ms. Turkelson.
Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity to provide you with a presentation that hopefully will do 2 things. One is provide you with a brief update on where we are at relative to the implementation strategies of the Tier 1 recommendations that were brought forth by the Accessory Dwelling Unit Task Force. Hopefully you'll recall I was here in January providing you with an overview of the recommendations of the task force, and specifically had them in different levels of prioritization based on level of impact and level of effort. So I promised to come back to you to provide you with an update, so here I am today. Part of this presentation will also include very specific implementation strategies relative to a code update that has been recommended to you by the Planning Commission, and by that I'm meaning the zoning code. So for recap, this here is a summary of the accessory dwelling unit task force, what their purpose was and what the outcome was. They had a series of recommendations before you that were really centered around 4 categories: the customer experience, the zoning ordinance, the building code, and financing. Today, the Tier 1 priorities are relative to customer experience and zoning reform. So this chart should look familiar. This was when we required the task force to do some sort of prioritization around all of their recommendations or the themes of their recommendations, that high level. And like I said, we really focused on the impact and the level of effort. Much of what you'll see today is focused around the upper left-hand quadrant, where we have relatively low effort and relatively high impact. And that was the prioritization that came forward with some staff involvement, but also from the task force expertise. So here is that same information structured a little bit more orderly, and that should look familiar again from your January presentation. So focused on Tier 1, these are on the second category, or second column, pardon me, is all of the Tier 1 recommendations. So I'll go through them for you to provide an update. So one was the customer experience, and the recommendation was to publish ADU guides and toolkits. And within that packet that I gave you in January, you can see a little bit more detail on what is meant by that. The goal for this summer for the planning team will be to develop a work plan and some templates. We will begin this in earnest a little bit after our zoning ordinance update, and that's the next presentation, so this is not a coincidence with the timing. We'll begin populating those templates and those work plans post zoning ordinance update. So we can certainly do some now, but we really wanted to make sure that we didn't have a high level of effort in communicating processes and codes that are likely possibly going to change next year. So getting that framework, getting those templates is important, and we'll be doing that this summer so that we have some level of communication today. We are also working with GRAR. So one of the recommendations is to develop a marketing and awareness campaign, and GRAR has come forward with an opportunity to us to embark upon a digital campaign that would direct property owners to the resources that the city has about what are the ADU requirements. If you wanted more information on... Oh.
You were just so on fire that...
Mayor,
lucky me.
You were killing it, Chris.
Call for recess.
Is it real or is it not?
Yeah, go.
We'll recess.
Say it on the mic.
We're recessing, or as they say in Monty Python, run away. Preston, if you want to come up and continue where you left off.
All right, so I was mentioning before we had to depart that we are going to be working on partnering with the Grand Rapids Area Realtors Association on the digital marketing campaign that they will be creating that will direct property owners to city resources. So that will follow likely in the fall. Will follow after we are able to have some time internally to develop work plans and templates to improve the communication, improve upon the communication that we currently have about what accessory dwelling unit requirements and processes are here within the city of Grand Rapids. So the next 4 items is both an update, but when I get into the details in the subsequent slides, it will also cover the exact or proposed recommendations to the zoning ordinance that are being sent forth from the Planning Commission. So relative to the accessory dwelling unit size, there is a modification or proposed amendment. I will cover that in a moment. Modifying accessory structure requirements, there is some changes today and some additional refinements that will take place with the zoning ordinance update. That same statement is true for revision to the site layout and building placement standards and the use requirements for accessory dwelling units. So some modifications are being proposed today, and then there's subsequent modifications or refinements that would take place with the larger update that will come to you roughly summer of 2027. Once you get into code writing, as you probably know, sections don't live independently of each other. And so sometimes what seems like a simple concept is layered in code sections. And so what seemed like a simple modification becomes a very laborious task for city staff to create a zoning amendment that's quite a bit larger, involves more sections. That level of effort is something that we felt like was definitely more appropriate for the subsequent rewrite that you'll be hearing about in the next presentation. So going back a little bit, adjusting ADU accessory dwelling unit size, there was 4 recommendations from the task force that are on the left-hand column. They all generally speak to the same or pretty much the same zoning text section of the ordinance. So by making a relatively simple modification within the zoning ordinance addresses the 4 recommendations from the task force. So the middle column is showing you what the current regulations are. You can read that for yourself and ask me questions if you have them. But the Planning Commission recommendation to address the 4 task force recommendations is to simply modify the maximum floor area to 1,000 square feet, but have a limitation to say that the accessory dwelling unit cannot be larger than the primary structure. So in this case, a relatively simple solution that we think addresses the 4 ideas from the task force. Modify the accessory structure requirements. There was 4 independent ideas, each with multiple sections that need to be updated that hopefully is much more clear in your red line version that's attached to your packet. Redefining an accessory dwelling unit outside to not be considered an accessory structure, again, that layered complexity of the code. We believe that the intent has been implemented with what the Planning Commission set forth by allowing it to be larger was really the goal for the task force. So we've implemented the intent of it, but recognize that to implement the full intent does require a more comprehensive zoning update, and so zoning ordinance modification, so we'll be doing that a little bit later. Exempting accessory dwelling units from the maximum square footage of the accessory structure per lot. So in response, the Planning Commission proposes to exempt accessory dwelling units from the total maximum square footage of an accessory structure per lot. So again, we've accomplished the intent of the recommendation by making the change, we believe, by making the changes that are before you. Exempting ADUs from the total number of structures permitted on a lot. Currently, it's 1 detached and 1 attached. To accomplish that, we are simply exempting accessory dwelling units from being considered an accessory structure relative to the total number of structures allowed by the lot. So again, addressing the idea through this modification. Lastly, increasing the square footage bonus for an accessory dwelling unit built in a second story. layered code complexity requirements, and we have implemented that intent by allowing that floor area an exemption from the accessory structures. So they're not necessarily a literal code interpretation or connection, but we did accomplish it through a different means. The revision of the recommendations that speak to the site layout and building placement standards, these, once we got into it, were far more complicated with multiple code sections needing to be modified to speak to it, to implement the recommendation. In general, we are supportive as city staff, but given the analysis needed and the interdependent sections, the first two items are going to be considered as part of the zoning ordinance update in 2027. And then the last two ideas from the task force talk about either setbacks along the alley or giving more flexibility to staff. We currently have an administrative departure that would allow for this flexibility. So we can use this as in the short term, so no changes are needed today. And then looking at improved ways and predictability in the future with the zoning ordinance update in 2027. And lastly, we do have a recommendation on the use requirements being more flexible. You can see the ideas on the left-hand side there. The first one, increase maximum number of bedrooms. Increase the maximum number of bedrooms permitted in accessory dwelling unit. Currently, we limit that to two. We're suggesting, or Planning Commission's recommending, just getting rid of the number of bedrooms and letting the building code control. So it will really be dependent on how big the total accessory dwelling unit is, and not regulating the number of bedrooms that are within that particular unit. The last three items were far more complicated in implementation than in concept. So the home occupation, we don't allow home occupations in an accessory structure, and an accessory dwelling unit is an accessory structure. And there's the licensing ordinance. So to implement that, again, multiple sections needed to be done. We are more than willing to do that in the short term, but because of the licensing ordinance that sits outside zoning, we've decided to take that as a separate initiative and come back before you. And we can certainly do that prior to 2027. Not complicated, just capacity work for staff. Allowing accessory dwelling units to be built in conjunction with multifamily developments and or commercial developments. In implementation of that, that is a far more complicated modification to be making and requires some additional analysis. And so we've recommended that be part of the comprehensive update with 2027. So I believe that, that provides the summary of all of the changes. You've got, I think, a one-pager of the track changes for that show all of this. Far more simple to look at that than what I've done. But hopefully there's an explanation for what's being changed now and what will wait for the future. So with that, I will turn it back to the Commission.
Thank you. Great comprehensive overview there, and looks like really productive and well thought out and balanced process here. Colleagues, do you have any comments or questions? I have a big one that I'd like, actually, frankly, to have a discussion about. And I want to say that this isn't something logically that we have to do right now, but it is something that I want to have a discussion about. So if in our packet on page 25, we have the proposed ordinance changes, and the last of those is number H, relates to rental. And now I want to frame this by saying that we already have a short-term rental ordinance in the city, and if I recall correctly, it requires you can't have more than 2 people in a short-term rental. It can only happen in your house. You have to be home when it happens, and we have a very small number of licenses in the city. Now, the other framing thing that's worth pointing out here is that when the government does regulations on anything that are so restrictive that people start ignoring them, what you get is a black market. And a black market's not great. It's very bad for a number of reasons. One is, if people are just doing things illegally, you don't get to regulate them. You don't get to inspect them. You don't get to tax them. They're just happening sort of like people paying a contractor under the table. It's not great because, the government doesn't get involved, and, you don't have workers' rights and all of those kinds of things. So anytime there's a black market, it's a real problem. Anybody in the city can go out and look right now on Airbnb, which is one venue for renting out short-term rentals, and see that we have hundreds of Airbnb listings in the city in excess of our licensing requirements. So we have a problem in the city right now, which is to say that people are simply thumbing their nose at our current regulatory system and renting out things on Airbnb anyway. I think that the proper response to this long-term for the commission should be to right-size our regulations so that they actually fit people's behaviors. If this was something like, I don't know, gambling, we might be, or, selling alcohol on unlicensed premises, we might want to simply crack down, start regulating, start prosecuting people. I don't think that something like renting out a room in your house is something that the government really ought to be in the position of starting to prosecute people for. As a matter of fact, a member of my wife's book club has a criminal conviction from the city of Grand Rapids for renting out a room in her apartment because she violated the ordinance. So we're in this weird position where we're not enforcing very aggressively against people who are very obviously doing things that are in violation of our ordinance. And I think that that's because we've tacitly acknowledged that this behavior is not dangerous for society, but we're in a situation where we have a regulation that people aren't paying attention to. So I think that means we need to have a broad city commission conversation about how to get our ADU regulations in compliance with what people are actually doing. Now, I think that ADUs have a number of desirable characteristics. Number one, they are very, very low-level entrepreneurial activity, which is to say people who maybe couldn't afford a house but can rent it out once in a while to help them make their mortgage. So some of the most low-income people in our society who actually do manage to own a home can supplement their income by doing ADU activity. I have a friend who's a dear friend who's a district court judge over in Detroit. She rents her house out on Airbnb when she's not in town because it helps her pay the mortgage. So I think that Airbnbs obviously have some entrepreneurial advantage, or short-term rentals have some entrepreneurial opportunities for people. I also think that allowing short-term rentals in the community ticks off a lot of desirable boxes for us in the abstract. First of all, there are people who are in our community for a fairly short amount of time. So, for example, traveling nurses. No traveling nurse is going to want to sign a one-year lease. They're not even necessarily going to want to sign a one-month lease. My brother does locums tenens doctor work. Well, often he's working for a week in an area. Staying in a hotel is depressing. He rents Airbnbs. So there are people who are doing short-term stays in the community for work, and it's important for them to be able to have a housing resource that meets their needs, that's a little more friendly and homey than staying in a hotel. It's also true that people who come into a community, I think, if I were to move to Flint tomorrow, I would not buy a house in the first week. In fact, I wouldn't want to rent an apartment in the first week because I'd like to look around Flint and see what neighborhood I wanted to live in. And neighborhoods are different, so I'd like to take a while to kick the tires of that new community, so to speak. So as we have people coming into our city who want to live here, who expect to live here, who want to build their lives here, they still probably don't want to lock themselves down on housing options right away. They want to take some time, and they may even want to move around into different neighborhoods. Well, short-term rentals really allow them to explore the city before they make their choice about where they live specifically. So it's very useful for that. One of the arguments that traditionally, maybe a decade ago, was made about short-term rentals in general is that it can put pressure on the rental market. So if a whole bunch of people decide to take their rental units and turn them into short-term rentals, rental prices go up. And nobody on this commission wants rental prices going up. But if we've got something that is a new unit of construction, if you're making a new unit of housing that didn't exist before, if you're taking your garage and converting it to an ADU, you didn't put any pressure on the rental market by having a new unit come into play. By definition, any new unit isn't going to do that. I think that new units, and that's really what we're talking about with the accessory dwelling unit code. We're talking about new things being built into the community. I don't think that those things should be prohibited in this code from being used for short-term rentals. So I think, frankly, that I think that subsection H shouldn't be there. I think that we should have a longer conversation about how we want to appropriately regulate short-term rentals in the community, and we already have a regulation on that. Frankly, I think it should be relaxed. I think that we should have more permitted uses and more permitted units, but that's going to be a conversation for the commission as a whole down the road. That's a long statement, but I guess what I'm saying is in the short term, I don't want 5 things that we're going to have to deal with when we have a discussion about whether or not we want to change our thinking on short-term rentals. But I don't see that H does us any good as we pursue that conversation. Commissioner Yasasi.
I just want to make sure, because I know you obviously were on the task force and worked really closely with Mr. Colson, so I've been following it. Commissioner Knight and I just had some questions from our East Hills neighbors about ADUs and getting into things like what actual street it is and how do we service, and I think there's a lot of questions about service delivery that we always want to make sure happens. So kind of with that being said, I just want to make sure so are you on page, is it this page right here, or? I just want to make sure I'm
sorry,
understanding.
I'm not looking at a flow chart.
You're
Joe,
referencing the.
can you bring up the actual memo
Okay.
with the ordinance language?
Yeah.
And we can reference it. But Mayor, while
you, Mayor.
your colleagues are getting up to speed on the section you're referencing, I just want to be clear that I appreciate you saying you have no problem with the recommendations that are moving forward. You're just identifying this as a future issue for discussion, not for amendment today.
Right, except that as I understand it, we have a resolution here with Section 8 on it, which is proposed, that's what we'd be proposing to vote on for the 16th, right?
That's correct, but I want to correct, that's already existing language. That's not a change, and that is not the change.
That's correct.
Yeah, so
Correct.
that's already there.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm proposing that when we do this and when we vote on the changes, we might consider just excising subsection H there.
Okay, that's.
Whether we do or not isn't that big a deal, because we could do it next week, we could do it next month. It's not time sensitive. I just wanted to start that conversation.
Well, I do want to be thoughtful about it, Mayor, and I think this is an important discussion on the regulation of short-term rentals. We've had a lot of discussion in the city across the state, and before we consider that, we've had no engagement with anyone about that, not even the task force, right? That's correct?
The task force did bring it up, but their recommendation was that would be a subsequent priority for the city when we have a larger policy discussion that would inform the zoning recommendations in 2027.
Well, I was going to say perhaps instead of trying to force that change at the next opportunity for consideration, we can add that as an issue to be considered as part of the zoning update.
Yep, and that's fine. I wanted to bring it up because we're looking at it in the ordinance. It's there in black and white in our packets, and I think that this is something that we don't want to jump on quickly. We don't want to move on quickly. We want to get a lot of community input on. But I also think, frankly, when I think about where I would want a short-term rental, I don't want them in an anonymous place where there might not be people keeping track of the behavior of those people. Whereas an accessory dwelling unit, you've got the landlord of that accessory dwelling unit right in the front. It's the resident. So it's probably one of the best potential locations for new short-term rentals. So I think there's an opportunity here to add those to our housing mix over time in new construction and new conversion. But this is a longer conversation, and it's not why you're up here.
No, I mean, it's obviously related.
And on top of the fire drill, but it's okay, Mayor.
Lots of
the extra
surprises.
time for the fire drill.
So absolutely, a policy conversation is expected. I'm under no illusion that I will be able to bring forward a proposed zoning ordinance without having a conversation around certain things like short-term rentals, for example. So I am fully aware and prepared. We've communicated that to our consultant as well. However, those policy conversations also need to be informed with Michigan land use law, which obviously is not the same as laws in other states. And so balancing that equality of land uses and how properties are treated do not always give Michigan cities or Michigan communities the flexibility to develop zoning ordinances that are very nuanced in how we would like a policy to go. The traveling nurses concept versus me coming in for the weekend, the Michigan law that requires us to treat things equally make it very difficult for us to be as nuanced as maybe we as a community would maybe like to be. So sometimes that's why it is a tougher conversation, not just because of the policy and the implications to our housing needs, but also balanced with the constraints or opportunities that our zoning enabling legislation provide us. So that's why it's not here today.
Yep, thank you. So it is a broader discussion, but it's better to talk about five things that need to be talked about 3 times than, talk about something 5 times that needs to be talked about 3 times than to never talk about it and make a change. So I just wanted to introduce that concept because I think it is important as we move into our conversation about providing more housing, that we provide housing. People have very, very different uses. Many people have very different uses. And we all know there are a number of things in the housing space continent-wide that are frustrating and opportunities. I mean, one of them, for example, is the fact that I think we have something like 100 million empty bedrooms in the United States of America. Lots of people are over-consuming real estate. Lots of empty nesters have homes with bedrooms in them that just simply don't get used. Now, in the United Kingdom and in Australia and scary places like Canada, it's very routine for people to have boarders in their houses, and it's not something we do a lot in the United States. But if we're serious about giving people affordable housing, I think that's something that, maybe Americans want to consider, like letting people have boarders in their houses. It doesn't seem to be causing the collapse of civilization in Australia, as far as I can see.
Well, Kristen is Canadian, so,
I know.
But
Well,
if I could just add.
I'm dual, to be clear, but yes, I am Canadian.
We have a lot of good Canadians
She's
here.
at
and our
least as
sister
Canadian
city.
as I
But
am.
if I could just add, I think just to, I didn't quite see where you were going, Mayor, but I appreciate that. I think I always like to say, like, what's the thing that I like my little check boxes of what am I doing today and what can I accomplish today. But yes, I would agree that we know that regulation with short-term rentals has been a question, right? It's not a capture that we have in the city. And we also have heard, many of us from our constituents, that it's an opportunity, like you said, for them to add additional income. And many have, businesses where it becomes a destination tactic as well. So I would agree with the city manager. I think, let's have a short introduction and then, like you said, Ms. Turkelson, longer conversation, because there are, short-term rentals, ADUs. Like I said, we've had a couple of emails in our inbox, and we're always balancing that of, this is change, like you said, it's going to happen. It's just like, how do we communicate it that 7 times by 7 ways? So thank you.
And the last thing that I think I want to point out in this space is, given that we have a lot of people who are not compliant, if we license these folks, then if they're bad actors, we can revoke their licenses. Whereas if we have people who are simply not complying with our city's framework, it's really hard to hold them accountable when they're bad actors because they're outside of our regulatory framework to start with. So bringing people inside of the fold and following our inspection protocols and our licensing protocols, I think gives us an opportunity to serve the community better. But longer conversation, just wanted to lay it out there. So, thank you. Commissioner.
I want to just turn our attention back to the proposals here, and I just want to say that I find the loosening, the recommendations to try to make this a little simpler, particularly I'm thinking like the 1,000-foot rule is really nice to just loosen up how that could be designed. So I really want to thank you for putting that thought into all of this. But I guess when you're looking at these things that are being implemented by intent, and have more proposed text changes later? Is it through like just the administrative planning, how you're doing it? I guess if you could speak a little more to how you're going about that.
Oops, sure. Joel, are you able to pull back up the presentation, if you don't mind, please? Okay, so for example, under the modify accessory structure, oh, perfect, that's the one I wanted. Modify accessory structure requirements. So you can see the first item is redefine an accessory dwelling unit outside of an accessory structure. When you get into the explanation for what the task force wanted to achieve, they're reacting to a very specific ordinance, which is limiting the number of accessory dwelling units, the size of them, et cetera. And so by increasing the maximum square footage to 1,000 square feet and not counting accessory dwelling units towards the maximum number of accessory structures, we've accomplished the intent behind that idea, which is getting ADUs outside of an accessory structure. So you'd have to look at your packet to see the meat behind that recommendation. So by modifying other sections that we're already doing, we are accomplishing this.
That's actually really helpful. I appreciate that because, yeah, there may be more changes that need to come in some of these, but just like loosening up that square footage kind of ends up, because it's based on the unit, but also how many buildings are there, how big are the buildings that are there, all these other zoning bits and pieces.
Yeah, so the idea of modifying the accessory structure requirements, that's a pretty wholesale change, and you will hear about that in Leslie's subsequent presentation about here's ways that we can communicate things more cleanly and be more transparent about what the regulation is. So we're getting at the regulatory modification, but there's better ways to communicate it, and we'll do that in 2027.
Are any of these requiring just administrative changes, or are we expected to vote on anything here today?
Yeah, so all of within this presentation, all of the text in yellow is explaining the actual code amendment that is before you, which is the resolution before you today.
Thank you.
Yes, today is introducing the ordinance change for final vote in 2 weeks.
Right.
So we need your support to move this forward. Mayor, I do have a question and comment after I can get clarification from Ms. Turkelson. And this is part of design. We've talked about violence prevention earlier, and I just want to clarify while we're increasing the capacity up to 1,000 square feet and we're eliminating the maximum bedroom requirement, is there a minimum number of rooms that are required for a facility at 1,000 square feet?
There's no minimum number of rooms. If you're speaking about occupants, I have a different answer.
No, I think the occupant is 6 unrelated people.
A maximum of 6 unrelated people, but that is also the occupant load is tied to the building code, and it's based on how the space is designed for sleeping areas.
I just wanted to point out, as we do this, I do have some concern. While we're eliminating the maximum number of bedrooms, we don't have any minimum. We could have 6 unrelated people in one area for a minimum of 30 days, and there are some social implications of people not having their own space, own territory, 6 unrelated people. We've talked about domestic violence, and we're putting the conditions, the regulatory allowances to allow more unrelated people be in a space without privacy for that amount of time. And I just would ask some thoughtfulness through that. These are not dormitories. This is supposed to be residential, permitting into the neighborhood. I know we're trying to maximize housing, but we should be thoughtful around the unintended implications or consequences of that.
That's an interesting question. I mean, we don't have a
So,
requirement
I guess,
in the building code generally, right?
But if we're going to eliminate the maximum, could we at least have a minimum of at least 1 bedroom if you have 1,000 square feet ADU.
Well, so you're saying you want to have a code that says that we can't have a 1,000 square foot studio apartment?
I know, Mayor, we've had this conversation before, and it's an interesting discussion around the flat, right? It's a very interesting discussion. So I just would like, similar to your conversation that you had earlier about short-term rental, I just would like us to consider that. I mentioned that earlier as this was coming forward to the staff, and we had a similar discussion earlier. So
Yeah.
I think it's worth considering.
Yeah, I have a hard time seeing how, I mean, given that people want open floor plans and all this stuff, like, I mean, I could see wanting to rent a 1,000 square foot studio myself if I didn't want to have a specific bedroom area, and I have a hard time seeing how that's.
I think he was saying with the number of
Number of occupants.
My question though is when that change was made to the zoning to allow 6 unrelated people, I thought there was a minimum, there's still rules about how many people in a square foot allowed in general. So I guess, Chris, could you like clarify?
Sure. So yes, the building code does have a table that ultimately leads to how many occupants can be in a unit. So for 6 or more occupants, for example, the living room would have to be 150 square feet, and the dining room would have to be 100 square feet, and then the bedroom, if there's bedrooms, would then have its own calculation. So it's difficult for me to give you maybe a more exact answer because it's a formula within the building code. Some of the challenges with, I think, looking at a minimum number of bedrooms is depending on the size of the accessory dwelling unit. So for example, if we had an accessory dwelling unit, typically so far they've been about 400 to 832 square feet. A 400 square foot ADU does not give a great deal of space to have a separate bedroom. Not to say it can't, but it depends on how that individual or the market would consider the best use of that space.
So if there's, does the building code address anything with studios specifically, or does it just say per bedroom? And if so, how do we interpret the studio with our zoning?
I feel like I want to confirm my answer with the building official.
That's fair.
On how they would interpret or calculate studio apartments. I don't know if, Connie, you're experienced with housing rentals. Okay. So I'd want to come back to you with that piece of it.
Okay, so thank you. I think it's a good question that the city manager is raising, and we can get some more information on that.
Yeah, once we start saying, if we're going to like start pre-authorizing individual units and saying, oh, this unit is, I mean, it starts to sound, I mean, we do it for fire code, right? Like this bar can't have more than 200 people in it. But if we say this design building can't have more than X number of occupants, we're adding a whole lot more complexity to how we're going to be regulating housing in town. I mean, I don't think there's any, if we said, I don't know. I'm not sure that we do that in any other context. That's my concern. Like, I'm not sure that if we do that, then, I've got a 1-bedroom apartment in one of my units. Do I then say, oh, haha, you can have 6 people in an apartment in general, but in this particular case, because your X, Y, or Z criteria, you can only have 4. We'd have to go rewrite every single apartment in town if we're going to be consistent.
I think that's part of the code when the city rentals are certified. They look for that sort of stuff, I believe.
They don't.
Nobody's part of the building code.
Well, no. What is?
Occupancy. How many people? Is that correct?
That's
Kristen?
correct. So when we get the permit to design the space or construct the space, we do evaluate how many bedrooms, what is the square footage, and then the building official would determine what is the maximum permitted occupancy, excuse me, for that particular unit, with understanding that there is also a code that says no more than 6 unrelated individuals. So when it goes through a rental inspection program, that's where the no more than 6 unrelated individuals would likely be administered or enforced.
Right, but what I'm saying is if we started having bedroom requirements for ADUs relative to number of occupants, then potentially we're setting up a situation where we've got inconsistent treatment of every apartment that doesn't happen to be in an ADU, and we've got thousands.
Right, so like once we get more information from the planning department and the building code that she needs to confer with, my hope is that what we'll find is that it's already self-regulating, but we need to confirm that, and we don't need to really get into the weeds.
On this, Mayor, we'll make sure we follow up again. My comment was partly triggered by the comment earlier about turning it into short-term rentals. And if you turn a one-bedroom with one unit with no bedroom to a short-term rental with 6 unrelated people, it is creating the conditions for a party house. So that's my concern.
Okay. Any further questions or comments, colleagues? All right, then we have a motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. That brings us to our zoning ordinance update briefing.
Thank you. So I will turn it over to my colleague Leila Zani to introduce our consultant, who will be providing you with what we call a directions report. And so certainly I'll be here if there's any questions, but we're excited for this next step. Oops. No, why isn't the presentation opening? Thank you, sorry.
This one?
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. Good morning, Commission and Mayor. Today we are here to talk about Zone GR, which is the first major step in implementing our community master plan. So I have Leslie Oberholzer here from Codometrics, and she's here to present the directions report, which sets the key priorities for the project. We had a longer presentation longer version of this presentation, at our April Planning Commission meeting, and now Leslie's here to give you a shorter version. We also have the full directions report, though, on our website if you want to check it out there, or you're welcome to go back and watch the Planning Commission presentation, which was about an hour. We also had a public event on May 12th that was well attended to roll this out to the community, which Leslie will discuss a little bit more. And although this is a high-level presentation today, we are going to be diving into the weeds with you more and getting into all of this in more detail later in the year, both with you and the Planning Commission. So with that, I'll turn it over to Leslie.
Good morning. Thank you for having me today. Very excited to speak to you about sort of closing up this next step for Zone GR. So just to take a step back and look at our project scope broad goals, we had 3 sort of main goals for this project, Zone GR. One is, of course, as Leila was mentioning, to connect Bridge to Our Future with this implementation process. So the zoning ordinance is one implementation tool that we can use. We can use it really well to help to implement Bridge to Our Future, as well as other area-specific plans and other policies that you may be considering. Goal number 2 is to balance conservation, evolution, and growth. And this means that we're looking at stable neighborhoods and hoping to protect those stable neighborhoods, but also looking at our housing needs and our housing goals and making sure that we can allow those neighborhoods to evolve and grow and incorporating new housing within them, as well as to allow other areas of the city that may completely evolve and grow in completely different ways. So we're trying to kind of create the tools that will allow allow that evolution and that growth and that stabilization and conservation to continue into the future. And thirdly, we want to make sure that we're making our zoning easier to understand and to use. Kristen referred to some of the goals that we have with this zoning update in terms of looking at ADUs and other items. What we will be doing is trying to create rules that are clear in plain English, that are hopefully pretty easy to understand. Also to organize those rules in a way so that from the table of contents you can very quickly get to what it is that you want to find within the regulations, as well as to illustrate and again use tables for implementation. So in terms of our steps, we're at step 2, or we're just closing out step 2, which is the project directions. We have launched the website. There will be an educational video up on the website, hopefully by the beginning of next week. Our directions report is posted on the website. And we've held our community launch. We've also met with our community connectors and had a kickoff meeting with them. So from this point, also I should say that the engagement summary that I'm going to refer to later on will also be posted on the website by the end of this week. So at this point, we're sort of diving into our next step, which is the initial draft ordinance. And we're going to be kind of quiet for a little while, and it may make people a little bit concerned, but it's very important that we get this right. We will be working very closely with staff and our technical advisory committee to make sure that we're drafting the code to sort of put our best foot forward once it's public. So at that step 4, that is when we will hold a whole series of events. That will be our public review period. The code will still definitely be in draft form. We will roll it out. We will hold pop-up events. We will have general ward meetings, specific ward meetings, and at that point, we will be holding some workshops with both you all and the Planning Commission. We have at least 4 scheduled for each of you. So just to make sure that you understand all the pieces and that it gives you lots and lots of opportunity to flesh out all of the details of the code with us. And then finally, the step 5 is adoption. So this project directions report, I don't know of any other consultant that uses this term, but the idea of it is for us to sort of document all of the work that we've done. So we're looking at all of your plans, we're assessing your existing zoning ordinance, we've gotten to know the city physically, geographically, we've held our community launch, we've met lots of community members. It can never be enough, but we had great turnout at our meeting, and so we met lots and lots of folks. And the idea is for us to kind of feed this information back to you, to create a roadmap for us moving forward, and to provide an opportunity for sort of verification of these points. So this project directions report, while it is now up and posted, it is an opportunity for y'all to read it and give us some comments back on details and to make sure that we're addressing what it is that we need to be addressing. The list of action items that you'll see in the directions report are just the information that we have at this point. As we continue to work on the draft, we will continue to create new action items and address new topics. So it is a very iterative process, but again, this is sort of a jumping off point for us. So as you know, we are looking at implementing as much of the community master plan as possible within a zoning ordinance, but we're also looking at area-specific plans. Many of your area-specific plans, or some of them, have been implemented through overlays, and so we're looking at those very closely to make sure that we're carrying all that necessary information forward. We're also looking at other plans and initiatives that you have on the books and that you are considering to make sure that at the very least we're giving you the tools to implement those in the future, but also looking at the ones that you have on the books now and folding those in. A really great example of that is a River for All for the Grand River implementation and that waterway access. And so we're really looking at that to see how we can fold that into the zoning ordinance. So within A Bridge to Our Future, there were 5 community goal areas outlined: great neighborhoods, vital business districts, a strong economy, balanced mobility, and desirable development character. Those 5 community goal areas are key to the zoning ordinance update. Those are all areas that we will be addressing in some way as much as we can, again, through a zoning ordinance. Also, there were 5 value threads that were identified: equity, safety, vibrancy, culture, and sustainability. And those are sort of thread through all of those goal areas, and I'll show you how we're kind of combining all of those to create our priorities for our zoning ordinance in just a second. I just want to point out one other key piece to A Bridge to Our Future, and that is the future land use and character map. This map provides us with a framework to create a new zoning map for the city, and we will be definitely using all of these areas that are identified and discussing those with staff on how they will change. Many of the neighborhood designations actually are already reflected in your current zoning ordinance, but all of the other sort of commercial and mixed-use areas in some of the districts have been refined and defined a little bit differently. So we'll be respecting that and carrying that forward in the new zoning ordinance. So you see the community goal areas listed on the left and the value threads. And what we've done is all of those community goal areas are quite broad. And zoning ordinances can only do so much in terms of creating a strong economy and balancing mobility. There are lots and lots of other implementation tools that need to be fed in for all of those kinds of things. So what we've done is we've taken those along with the value threads and created these key priority areas that we can then kind of hang all of our regulations on. So these are sort of priority topic areas where we can define action items that we need to address within the zoning ordinance. So those are housing supportive, business friendly, context sensitive, which ties directly back into the sort of idea of development character within all of the neighborhoods and the districts. Vibrant and walkable, green and healthy, and predictable and transparent. And I'm going to try to quickly walk you through each one of those priorities. So in terms of Zone GR being housing supportive, we understand from the community master plan that at least 14,000 new housing units are needed by 2027. So what we want to do is we want to make sure that we're providing for a lot of pathways for introducing new housing. That housing should be of a variety, so similar to what you just heard in terms of ADUs, but also one of the bold changes within the community master plan was to allow duplexes, triplexes, and quadplexes within the low-density residential areas. And so what we've been doing is identifying all of those building forms as they exist within your community now and figuring out how those can fit comfortably within all of those existing neighborhoods. But another thing that kind of gets left behind sometimes is this idea of preserving existing affordable units. And so what we also want to do is make sure that the kinds of units that you currently have, such as what you can see on the screen there, are you have some row buildings, you have some new construction row buildings. These are row houses or townhouses. You also have lane houses, which are kind of traditional houses on very small streets. And there's been a lot of new construction with those. And so we want to identify those and make sure that they're legal and that we're providing for regulations for those within the zoning ordinance and making sure that they can be done fairly easily without administrative departures or variances. We want to make sure that Zone GR is business friendly, supporting local entrepreneurs, supporting businesses that exist, supporting job growth, especially within the innovation areas and the activity centers that have been identified from the community master plan. There are 2 bold changes within the community master plan that sort of tie into this priority, and that is to raise maximum building heights in commercial districts to promote density. And what we want to do when we're doing that is be thinking about the physical form of that and making sure that it's not affecting the neighborhoods directly behind. So we want to be sensitive in terms of how we do that along the commercial districts, being fully aware that we do need that additional housing. We also want to broaden allowable activities within the activity centers, so that means identifying uses that can occur in more places across the city, especially employment uses, artisan uses, and other kinds of entrepreneurial and industries. The third priority that we identified, and these really aren't in any kind of order, but is context sensitive. context sensitive. And the bold change from the community master plan is to implement a development character-based approach that's tied to that future land use and character map that I showed you earlier. And so we've called this context sensitive, meaning that what we want to really be doing is respecting the broader context of the neighborhood areas. Currently, your zoning ordinance uses traditional mid-20th century and modern era neighborhoods as a sort of overlay on top of the current zoning. And so we want to carry that forward. That's part of the community master plan, to carry those forward and to use those to identify those different contexts and to figure out how we can fold all of that housing within that context. Also, we want to note that your community is currently fairly walkable and compact, and that urban form is very helpful in terms of encouraging walkability and encouraging compact neighborhoods and complete neighborhoods, and we want to make sure that we're expanding that as much as we can into other areas of the city. And then, of course, ensuring, conserving those existing buildings, allowing them to be reused and adapted, but also ensuring that those new buildings fit within the context of all those areas. We want to ensure that Zone GR is vibrant and walkable, and so we want to build on that block pattern that I just mentioned. We also want to ensure that building facades along the streets and blocks are human scale and interesting, and that they're built close to the sidewalk to make sure that there's a sort of permeability between the buildings and the sidewalk, which creates more safety, it creates more activity and more vibrancy. And that activates the street level experience as well. And sort of tied to this is a bold change from the community master plan, which says to reduce or eliminate minimum parking requirements, especially near transit. And so part of this is that sort of idea of balanced mobility. That's one of your broad community goals within the community master plan. And so we want to really focus on that walkability. At the same time, parking requirements can sometimes make or break a business, whether it's that they need to provide more parking and they don't have the space to do that and they can't afford to move into a place, or whether it's parking that's needed, we sometimes call it teaser parking, to make sure that people can actually get to a business relatively quickly, get in and do their business. So what we want to do is we really want to look at how we address those parking requirements geographically, looking at whether or not there's transit accessible to the place, whether or not there's actually parking available to the place, and setting those parking standards based on that geography so we can create sort of sub-districts of those parking requirements throughout the city. Green and healthy is an important priority. So as I mentioned, we want to create access to waterways. We want to ensure that we're respecting steep slopes. One of the key discussions with staff was the urban tree canopy and making sure that the current tree regulations get sort of revisited and addressed so that we can hold on to some of that tree canopy. At the same time, making sure that we're balancing that with urban agriculture and not creating too much shade for those places that want to have gardens and grow food. And then lastly, our priority is predictable and transparent. And as I mentioned, this is meant to sort of be addressed throughout the ordinance, from the table of contents all the way through to how we measure all of the regulations and define those regulations. But one of the key elements here is to use building types to hang our regulations. And this is sort of something that Kristen was referring to when she was talking about ADUs and identifying sort of accessory buildings as that kind of rear yard building. We want to be thinking about the building form and making sure that we're sort of addressing how all of those buildings relate to the lots that they're on. And one of the ways to do that is to sort of identify building types and creating a series of pages for those building types, each one of those building types. So it's easier for people to find the regulations that they need, and it sort of consolidates all of that information into a few pages. Also within those pages, we want to use images to convey the intent. So photographs of the kinds of buildings that we're expecting to be built to help people understand what we mean by the regulations, and then creating diagrams that our regulations are keyed to help, again, convey that information even further. The series of tables also helps to sort of make it quicker and easier to find your information. It also makes it easier to modify the information moving forward as we need to. So that is as quick as I could. I think I went over, of course. I just want to briefly touch on our community outreach that we've done so far. So as Layla mentioned, on May 12th, we had a community launch. We had over 100 community attendees. At least 100 is who signed in, and we know that a lot of people didn't sign in. So that was a really great turnout. We had lots and lots of comments from people. What we did was we held we did a presentation, and I think you can watch that presentation, or you will be able to watch that presentation by the end of this week on the website. But we set up a table for each one of the priorities and created little activities for people to do, mostly as a trigger to get conversation going. And then we had staff record those conversations. And so we will have an engagement summary that will be available on the website as well. But it was a really fun event, and it was just amazing. The people had so much knowledge and so much to provide, input to provide for us. And then again, we kicked off our community connectors process. It was 15 connectors that were selected, and I believe all of them attended. And the idea for them is to help us to share updates and kind of get the word out, but also to host small group conversations during that public review period so that we can get a little bit more sort of fine-grained input. So again, there's the website. We have our page up, and we will be providing that educational video and posting the engagement summary. We're also going to create frequently asked questions, and during this period where we're kind of quiet, we're going to be doing some little community surveys posted there as well. Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Any questions or comments, colleagues? It's a lot to digest, and it's a long process. Commissioner Isasi, I saw you first, and then Commissioner Kilgore.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. I saw a lot of people post that they were going to be at the kickoff event, and so the pictures prove that. And glad to see that continued engagement. You know, I think this is, in some ways, does this feel like just a big, long to-do list, Ms. Turkelson? Because it feels like we've just been talking about this, which is great, and so many people have stayed connected, but just to show, obviously, this work takes time. It's changes in our economies. You know, just yesterday we celebrated a commercial building that got converted into residential, and so we're starting to see these things play out where, you know, our state policy and now our zoning pieces. So, you know, I think it is constantly talking to our constituents about the changes that are needed. You know, sometimes people feel like, why is this happening in my neighborhood or not? But really trying to focus on the asset-based pieces that this will bring. Hopefully, more people in our city, more opportunities, more affordability, more walkability. You know, as we all went down again for that fire drill. You know, I think that you were saying this earlier, City Manager. You know, when we think about zoning or planning, we might not necessarily think about public safety. It might not bring us to that piece, but, you know, I think today, as there's a lot of things that we can't control in this world, it kind of comes back to like these zoning text amendments. And so, you know, I really love the pieces on what are the changes, particularly in the business district. I feel more comfortable, I think, in the housing typology, because this again has been changes since at least my almost 7 years here. But I really would like us colleagues, as we're throwing out things. I know. I don't know exactly what you will bring up, Commissioner Kilgore, but I know you've asked us to consider different pieces around data centers, and not only the things that we want to see, but maybe the things that we might not want to see, or have them be more regulated appropriately for our neighborhoods. And, you know, I think one of those things, at least for Grand Rapids, is, you know, we've seen other cities do this, is how do we make sure we don't, you know, we don't have places like detention centers or places that, quite honestly, wouldn't add, I think, to the character of the city, wouldn't add to the walkability, are not the kind of industries I personally want to see here in our city. And so I think sometimes we get asked to do a series of things related to one topic. And, you know, to me, doing a proclamation is wonderful. You know, sometimes we've done resolutions in the past of things, whether it's, you know, race is a public health issue and decriminalization of psilocybin mushrooms. But sometimes we can't. It's a statement and an affirmation of what we believe, where I think here in the zoning pieces, we have the opportunity to more clearly outline what we want to see, or why something else, you know, there could be, you know, my personal feelings are not that it's just a commerce I don't want to see, but it is a practice of what's happening in the federal government that I absolutely do not support. And based upon the conversations I have up here, I don't think it's anything that anybody up here supports either, if I could be so bold. So I look forward to, again, this is very broad-based. It's about a lot of things that we want to see, but I do think, a lot of times people ask us to do things, and there's not the subsequent legal policy guideline that we can do, but we have some good opportunities to do some of that work here with the zoning, and I think, we've seen some other cities do that. So I don't want to diminish everything else that you have brought up, but I think just by the virtue of all the community engagement that has been done, we know that there will be somebody who might not like something, that might be, bless you, in the housing piece or the business piece. But I feel fully confident that we've engaged, communicated, re-engaged, communicated, had a number of people who have also served as ambassadors. And so I just wanted to be sure to put that on the record, colleagues, as we think through, the kind of city that we want to be. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Isasi. We have been on the same brainwave today, which is nice. Right. Like, we'll see. Let's celebrate it while it's here, y'all, right? But I will say +1 to Commissioner Isasi. I think that would be an interesting thing to explore. And then I'm going to take you back to what she alluded to, which was last year in December. So in line with the green and healthy goal, so happy to see that be raised. My team and I have collected over 325 messages and in-person conversations from folks within the 3rd Ward and throughout our city on they are really looking for leaders to discuss and be working on data centers and making sure we are doing our best to put our best foot forward on this topic. And I look forward to having even more of those conversations. I recently had one of those, a part of my coffee with Commissioner, community conversation with Commissioner. Still, that is top of mind for folks. And we just saw the saline project take off, and folks are really thinking about it. So I know today is not the day to get into the weeds of it and have more of an exchange, but I want to thank you all for your initial work. I know that we're looking into data center regulation, and once again, I was so thankful that this commission, without any objection, also gave that direction to the planning team to explore this and to talk about regulations of Grand Rapids. We are known for our businesses, right? Whether it's been the furniture industry or now beer, we love business here. We want to support business, but we want to do it in the right way, similar to our conversation about the rentals earlier. And so it's along that same line of protecting our people. And I just want to highlight some of those threads for the public and let them know that this is being thought about. This is going to be a conversation for later, as I know from your team that I'm looking forward to getting into the weeds later on. But when we talk about one of our community value threads is equity. We know that data centers often target our most frontline communities, whether they are impoverished rural communities or impoverished urban industries. When we talk about sustainability, we know that these data centers can, not always, provide significant pressures to our natural resources. So once again, looking forward to that further conversation on how we're going to continue to safeguard our most vulnerable here, support businesses, and in addition, make sure we're safeguarding our natural resources. So thanks again to my colleagues for having no objections to me providing that framework that we've seen in multiple cities, and I look forward to hearing more feedback on that in the future. Thank you all for all your work on this. Thank you.
Colleagues, well, I can't help but issue at least a slight, sorry, Commissioner Knight, did you want to?
Oh, yeah, maybe I need to raise my hand higher.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. Again, just supporting what Commissioner Isasi and Kilgore said, and just really being able to think ahead. I'm glad that you brought this information up because we've had constant conversations with other neighborhoods that don't feel like they're seen, specifically in our Nika neighborhood, who is really trying to bring more vitality into that community over there, and hopefully we'll be able to maybe even pull them into this conversation as they start thinking about what that community looks like over there in that neighborhood, because they don't have any schools anymore over there, and they have a couple of parks, but a lot of things that they have been fighting for in the last couple of years and really looking at how we're bringing in all our neighborhoods and making sure that, none of them are unseen in that space. And then also, I think we had the conversation a couple years ago and had voted on raising the height restrictions in the city, but looking at that, at least in the downtown area, but looking at that across the board, right? Across our communities and seeing how we can be even more creative in that space, because I think that would add to not only development and living spaces, but then also more retail opportunities in that area, and then adding on the retail space where the retail's in the front and the living spaces in the back. I think there would be some more creative ways that we'll be able to add to some of our housing issues that we're dealing with here in the city. That's it.
Thank you. So I think Commissioner Kilgore, you and I think about data centers maybe a little differently. I don't want our planning process to get too much tied down on something that I think is very, very hypothetical at best. Data centers typically need large land uses, and I'm not aware of any proposal for data centers inside the city, and I think that frankly would be not viable. Now, if we say data center and you include like my laptop is got data on it and it is a center of data. So, I suppose every computer we have in the city is a data center of some sort. But if we're using the word in the way that it's used in the media currently, we're talking about places that often need, a couple hundred acres of use. It's certainly true that these things use water in the same way that my car's radiator uses coolant. You can circulate. You can have circulatory loops for coolant. It's certainly true that they use energy, and of course, we have to have a conversation about making sure that energy costs don't get passed on to residential users. But again, that's largely a state level question, and it's certainly true that we have to plan for shifts in energy use all the time in cities. But I think that spending too much time planning and zoning to regulate around things that are vanishingly small possibilities in our city is probably not a great use of our time. I also think that these are things that are largely going in rural areas, and so I think that I'm not aware of any vulnerable communities that these are in. I don't tend to think that suburban communities are particularly vulnerable if we're looking at the economic scale. They certainly do go in places, and the people around them, people are currently protesting against solar panels. I have no idea why, but people seem to think that the idea of having renewable energy installations in the United States in general is a bad idea, and people can pretty much protest just about anything. I lived through trying to get windmills out at our water plant at the end of M45, and all of the rich cottagers out on Lakeshore Drive came and talked about how horrible windmills were and how they were going to sterilize frogs or cause the zombie apocalypse or whatever hypothetical they could come up with, while they were 2 miles down the road from a coal burning plant that was frankly shortening lifespans in the city of Grand Rapids, because we're downstream from a major coal burning installation right on the shores of Lake Michigan, which is currently being perpetuated. Well, partly it's being perpetuated by NIMBY reactions to solar installations. So I think we have to have balanced approaches to these things, and I think that I am much more concerned that we get our zoning right on the things that Commissioner Eustachy and Commissioner Knight talked about, which are how do we make our communities livable? How do we plan for the housing that we want? How do we make it more possible for people to do businesses inside of neighborhoods? Frankly, we've got a zoning ordinance that probably was last revisited in the 50s that I think theoretically makes it impossible to sell things on Etsy in your house. We've got a badly obsolete ordinance on what people can and cannot do out of their residences. So I think that addressing the real concerns about livability in our community are where we want to spend most of our time, and not chasing unicorns.
Mayor, I so hear you, but I think a lot of folks in community could argue that about ADUs, because my top thing when I talk about housing is affordable housing. I think a lot of folks could argue that about when we talk about connectivity. They're not thinking about bike lanes, they're thinking about getting to work on their foot or in a car. So as you know, firsthand, as you're spearheading and leading these efforts, it is incumbent upon us as leaders to think about the full picture. And similarly, when we gave direction from the full commission in December, the full commission without objection gave direction to this department along with our planning to say not giving 50% of your time, but to explore a special use. That direction was given unanimously for the full commission. I believe there were 7 of us at the time. So when we talk about things, this is not a unicorn. In December, I also noted, I want to remind you that in Lansing, it's across the street from a Wendy's. So it's not something I'm making up or telling staff to not be effective with their time. I'm saying, as I just noted, I have hundreds of constituents from all 3 wards in this city discussing this. So it's incumbent upon us to discuss it. So I hear you. I think doing the dance of a little bit back and forth is how we get to the best answers. But I do want to push back on it's a unicorn or although staff is using too much time. They've been given direction, and that's why they're doing it. So just to clarify.
Mayor.
City Manager?
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for being here for this very important conversation. I just wanted to do a couple things, and the next time we will have a public conversation around zoning text specifically is later this year in December. So in the interim, we have gotten received your feedback. Commissioner Kilgore is correct. The direction wasn't given to the department, it was given to me. And I asked the department to consider evaluating our current code and seeing what other things from practices we might want to look at from other communities. But the mayor is also right. The land use requirements is very significant. So I'm interested to see what the outcome will be, and we'll have that discussion more informed in December. And then lastly, I was wondering, since we won't have a formal conversation in December, might we have some bi-monthly interim reports, written reports to community development or the committee of a whole, just kind of progress?
Sure, so we can definitely
Written report.
Written reports, yeah, we can absolutely provide written reports or verbal updates more frequently. We have our scope with our consultant who mentioned that we will have, I think it was 4 work sessions with Planning Commission and City Commission, similar to what we did with the Community Master Plan. But definitely city staff is willing and capable of providing additional conversation or updates. And in fact, we're actually doing that out in community with our neighborhood associations and various organizations. We're providing some training opportunities, and we can certainly do similar but stay focused on updates with community development or economic development project team.
Thank you. Okay, no further comments, colleagues. I'll adjourn us, and we'll be back here for economic development at 12:30.